then there is Grok 4, the expert. It points out the known links between Navier-Stokes and GR, which won't work. It then thinks I want to put a fluid into space-time. Let me correct this. It now seems to roughly get the idea, and it suggests a 7-line pseudo-Python code.
Exposing the Pi influencer disaster before it wait, so he's aborting this, he's not killing the company, he's aborting it? Oh no.
This video is brought to you by Ground News. Stick around to hear more about the special offer they are providing to the entire upper echelon community.
It was about soil.
Recently, as in very recently, a particular video went viral on YouTube about a browser extension called Honey. Great video, by the way. Absolutely, you should go watch it. And I'll obviously link it down below in the description. But it focused on a coupon savings application called Honey, which has now sponsored pretty much every single major YouTuber you've ever heard of.
There's a game, so this is actually really funny, that I went and I actually ended up getting a sponsor recently to look at a game that, I'm going to be totally honest, I would have looked at this anyway, but they sponsored me to look at this game. It's called War Wins Me. They say it is free to play with no pay to win elements. So there you go. And so story takes place in 10th century China. There's an open world capital city, mini games, boss fights. They have PvP as well. Large scale game combat. I think we saw one trailer for this before. I'm gonna be honest, I actually don't know when it comes out. I have no idea. I probably should have. I should have read. I didn't read the information they sent me.
A chaotic world turned upside down. By the fires.
See, I don't know why, like, I don't know why we can't just have more games like this. This is all I've wanted.
It's smoke. Yet in darkness.
2 months? Yeah. So it's in 2 months.
Legends are born.
Damn, I didn't even know that. See, this is what's crazy to me is that, like, now, and I think this is one of the best things about technology now, is that previously I think the graphics like this were exclusive to, like, you know, 9-figure studios. And now you have, like, multi-billion-dollar studios. Now you have all of these different games that are able to be made. And I think that it's made it so much more accessible. And yeah, now it's even, basically. Graphics no longer a bottleneck? Yeah.
To enter the jungle. Do you know the road up ahead?
You promised we'd roam the world together.
I don't know if they're going to show gameplay on this or not. I haven't seen this.
You sure you can save them? A hero has only one sword against countless foes.
Okay. This could be it. They gotta do it, don't they?
For the greater good, small losses must be borne. But a small sacrifice for greater gain ahead.
Even when their bodies pile up, they're just footnotes in the annals of history. But are the common folk truly
Oh, there it
voiceless?
is. Okay, now we got gameplay. How big is the dev team? I'm not even sure. I have no idea. Yeah, a lot of these games now too, like another big component to it is that I think that they try to make like realistic martial arts. And like you're starting to see that a lot. Like it's not just this game, but there's like 5 other ones that are doing this too. And I think that like, I don't know, I like that. There's a lot, yeah. Boy, no, there's a lot of them. Jesus. I'll be real, like 3 years ago, I never thought we'd be getting this many games like this over and over and over. I'll be real, like 3 years ago, I never thought we'd be getting this many games like this over and over and over. They have 100 developers. I don't know. I feel like this is the kind of game that would take more than 100 people to make, but then you had Expedition 33, so it's hard to say.
When the world falls silent, my blade spits for them!
There it is. Do you think Western games are cooked? I think that, so it's November 14th. Holy shit, okay. Yeah, alright, well there we go. So that's in like, what, 2 months? Jesus, okay. Yeah, they gave me a gameplay video too. Give me a second, if I can find it. And, yeah, in a moment, yes. Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me pick this up real quick. Yeah, okay. So is this, yeah, okay, they have some. Alright, give me 1 second, let's look at this. And PS5 exclusive. Well, I don't know if it's a PS5 exclusive or anything like that. I have no idea. But let me go and just double check this. I'm going to, yeah, I guess I'll just do the video next. It's on Steam? Yeah, it's on Steam. You can just do that. And let me go back over here too, because they have actual gameplay that they let me show. But before I show the actual, like, because they said it's exclusive. I don't know, like I haven't seen it yet, and so I guess we'll find out. But they also did IGN video about it too. It's on Steam too. Yeah. Give me a second. Yeah, this is some of the gameplay. What the game reminds me a lot of, in a way, is it reminds me a lot of like Rise of the Ronin. I played Rise of the Ronin a lot. In terms of it being like kind of like an open world game. Assassin's Creed 2? I never played that. This is an MMO. It has a lot of co-op features, and you can do PvP against other people too. So like it has like there's a lot of games that are doing this now where they have like in some cases asynchronous and in some cases actually just synchronous multiplayer that you can do in these open world games. Like I think that you have that like with Genshin, you have that with games like Wuthering Waves, and I think that there's becoming more of a merging of those two. Yeah, the movement's definitely a lot better than Rise of the Ronin, I'll say that. This looks good, yeah. So you can just run all the fucking way over here. Yeah, nice movement. Yeah. I mean, if this game is like a lot of the other open world games, like a lot of this kind of movement isn't like really, it's mainly like you just try to travel different areas. Just Genshin for guys? Is it really? You get to change it to like different seasons. What the fuck? Kind of like Monster Hunter? Yeah, there's all. I don't know if it'll have things like that or not. There was gonna be originally I was gonna play the game myself, but that's probably not gonna be till later. It's rat time? Is it? The fuck? See, this is the kind of stuff that like I feel like this is a really good thing that, and you're seeing other cultures doing this a lot more. Where, do you remember like what, you know, like that, like the USAID thing and like the whole idea of like American soft power? I think that them doing this with like other types of like different cultures, like Chinese culture or, you know, like Indian culture or something like that. I think this, it really bridges the gap for a lot of people and it makes people appreciate that. It's working. It is working. I think this is the correct way of doing it, in my opinion. Got mad verticality. Yeah. Which games are cheaper? This game's apparently free to play. So it'll probably have like cosmetics and shit like that in it. Japan's been doing it a long time with anime? Yeah. It's amazing. Yeah, I'm surprised too. You're starting to see more and more of these games go free to play too. Jesus. Go away. You get to do sumo wrestling? What? Okay. Man. Fat versus fat. No, it's not fat. They've got a tiger outfit on. Oh, is it like stamina? I don't even know. Cinema, yeah. IRL Sumo is kind of interesting to watch. Yeah, I've watched it myself. It's more explosive than I would have imagined. Rock, paper, scissors looks like. Oh, I get it. Okay. So you have to like, it's like rock, paper, scissors. You have to pick the thing that aren't supposed to do. Yeah. Sumo wrestler is way stronger in NFL. Wait, what? Okay. That makes it easy. Yeah, they really cooked the minigames. Yeah, a lot of minigames like that, I think people... I think that's one of the things that a lot of games are starting to do more of, and I think that MMOs definitely capitalized on that at the beginning, where they really use a lot of minigames in order to get people to kind of like, it's like people want to log in and play a game, but sometimes they might not want to do the normal gameplay loop. So if you add in new mini games to some different game, you can keep people engaged in the game even beyond when they would have normally quit. It's refreshing. Yeah, exactly. So you still get people logging on. That's the big difference. ADHD victims? No, I don't think at all. Let's be honest, his first impression of the game? Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. I wonder if you can swim. Probably. I feel like most of these games let you swim. Offers novelty of the grind. Yeah, exactly. And I think also, like, one thing that I've always been, like, really kind of surprised by is whenever people are able to make, like, whole cities like this that actually have, like, their own interactions. Like, I remember even, like, playing Oblivion, and I was, like, shocked at the fact that the NPCs had, like, their own movement patterns and everything. And I think that, like, if you want to make a game immersive and get people, like, invested in it, I think that it's really important to do that. It's like that and adding characters. Those are the big ones. The city feels alive, yeah. Okay, now do we get the combat? So he's going into the PvP area. The bad part of town. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they probably have, like, the same, like, collection stuff. Like, I'm the kind of person, I actually do end up doing all the exploration content and collection stuff just because I get bored. It's, like, really easy to do whenever I'm not doing anything else. Oh, shit. The fuck? A piece of paper. Oh, Rise of Rowan did a really good job city building. Yeah. Our option for spending money in gacha games. This is the first time I've ever seen it.
Other bundle that is only available on the website. I'm assuming it's because there's some sort of limit to the price of in-app purchases on mobile games, but
it's probably so they can avoid the payment they can avoid the payment payoff, or like the split that they have to do with the app developer, or the like Apple or Google.
The best dollar per orb.
Yeah, that's smart.
You can find. But of course, there is a black market
that much
for
money
both
will probably
of these
go
currencies. I'm not going to be considering it in my calculations, but if you do end up, you know, buying orbs from one of these people, then you're going to end up with a negative orb balance, and Blizzard's going to make it so that your account can never join a party ever again.
Why are there so many of these bullshit weird games? By the way, why does this even happen?
It's honestly one of the coolest ways I've
weird
seen to receive a soft ban.
This player cannot receive party invitations due to negative eternal. Like, I mean, really, whenever you're adding in all of these weird systems, don't you ever ask yourself, like, am I really making a video game right now? Answer is absolutely not. Like, so many of these games, they're not even really games. They're just like weird, like, money incentive structures that are stacked together with shiny lights.
Because your account just becomes unusable. You still have it, so now you just have the FOMO times a million. But the most cost-effective way is to spend your money, buy some orbs, use that to buy crests in the game, get some legendary gems, sell those for plat, or use them yourself. Because you can also transfer 1 orb for 10 plat, but this conversion rate sucks and should be only done for like tiny amounts of platinum.
Yeah, sure.
Next, I'll briefly explain what systems are in place that make people whales.
It's a retard trap, not the game.
So
yeah, but
two
still.
main things, and these are 2 different types of gems. There are normal gems, which come in the red, yellow, and blue variety.
Yeah, those you usually have to
and
farm.
These only provide a singular stat.
Yeah,
these are a lot more straightforward.
It's the
You just get
legendary gems
duplicates,
that are the expensive
and you upgrade
ones.
them, and they give you stats.
No, I
But
remember this.
The number that is required is astronomical. So it's
this is what's so insane, right? Is like the level ups for these gems. This was like Diablo 3. Like they want this to be an infinite grind, basically.
Exponential growth. Every rank requires another exponent of 3. So rank 9 is like 7,000.
Yeah, Lost Ark does this.
Rank
Yeah,
10,
they do.
The maximum rank is 20,000. And just for context, you can only get
Why do people even play
about
this?
20
I don't
of
know.
a specific gem per week naturally.
Yeah.
So
I have
you're
no.
gonna be
Yeah,
spending
that's a
lot
great
of plat
question.
on these things. And then there are legendary gems.
Here we
which
go.
These have their own abilities. These
So, by
provide
the
their own-
way, if you only see a 4-star here, you know you're dealing with a broke bitch. Because you really want to have the 5-star gems because those are the big money gems right there.
own different boosts, and most importantly,
a poor
they
loser.
increase your resonance. Now, your resonance is essentially a number
It's
that
your power
denotes
scale.
what rank
Yeah.
and what quality your gems are, as well as it gives your HP and damage a boost. But that's not too...
It's basically like it's just like your power level. Like it's so. I'm actually amazed at how bad this game is. I remember when I quit playing it, I didn't quit playing it because it was pay to win. I quit playing it because it sucked.
Important. All you need to know is the higher the resonance, the more gems the person has bought, the more money they've spent, and so on. And as I've alluded to, the way you get more resonance is by upgrading your gems.
How do you do
and
that?
once they're high enough rank, you can throw gems inside of those gems to get another little small resonance boost.
So you can do. So you buy one 5-star gem, but it has to be empowered by other 5-star gems. And so you have to whale to get one, but you need like 20. And you need 8 of 20.
And then once you've spent enough money, you can put gems inside of your wings.
You see 6 every tier of gems,
new
exactly.
sets of wings at every.
That's right. You need 8 of 20.
And then once you've spent enough money, you can put gems inside of your wings.
You see 6.
Hey guys, I'm back with another guide. For me, I've been playing Pro for 7 years now, of which 3 were in the LEC, and I've also gotten rank 1 3 times. In this short guide on Ashe, I'll show you the things I do in pretty much every game, and so should you if you want to master this champion. I'll not include items or runes as those change patch to patch. First of all, why should you even play Ashe? What makes Ashe good? Having utility so you always have agency even when behind. Very strong laning that we'll get to in a second. Ashe is the auto-spacing king. Ashe is the best ADC to auto-space with due to her high auto range, passive slow, and the approach velocity rune. This makes her super satisfying to play. You might think I'm trolling, but I'm dead serious. Play with either High Noon or Project Ashe. Both skins, in my opinion, are pay to win, as they make the auto-attack animations way smoother. Ashe has the second highest base range after Caitlyn. Your auto-attacks also slow the enemy. Approach velocity gives you, on top of that, 15% movement speed towards champions that you impaired. So what you want to do is the following. You auto-attack the enemy. Right after you auto-attack them, you move backwards a little bit, and then you turn around and hit them again, and do the same thing again. Rinse and repeat. Since the enemy champion is slowed and you run faster towards impaired champs, you're able to keep hitting the enemy at your max range, whether they are running away or running into you. Either way, if you keep the enemy at your max range, you should be getting in more auto attacks than the enemy. So you are essentially trying to keep the target at your max range every time, because this also puts you in the safest position from any danger. Let's check out the real game demonstration. So me and Rill are about to fight. I am hitting the closest target, keeping myself at max range from the closest target. Then as soon as Nico runs in, I switch to Nico, still keeping myself at the range, and there we go. Another example, look at how I always try and hit the closest target to me, while also trying to be at that closest target's max range and switching to targets as soon as they re-enter my zone. Always trying to clear the distance between me and 600 range, which is Ashe's auto range. So Ashe is an ability that you want to use whenever you can. The most important thing is to reset your auto attack on the enemy champion in a fight. On when you're looking to trade the enemy in lane, you can just do a quick auto plus Q trade. But big emphasis on always use it to reset your auto attack, most important part. Also, I use it to help with last hitting, as it only costs 30 mana, so especially under tower, it's very helpful. So here I want to all-in the virus, waiting for the CS to get low to start my all-in. There we go, Q auto reset, run backwards. Keep running backwards. Now I decide I've gotten too many autos, so I'm gonna commit to an all-in. So I'm going in, popping a cookie, and another auto plus key reset just barely makes me win this fight. Ashe W is really OP because it's a poke spell that doesn't make you choose between hitting the enemy or pushing the wave. You can do both at the same time, which makes you be able to secure push in most matchups. This is why generally with Ashe you want to be standing around this area in lane level 1. Once you have guaranteed push, you want to use your W to poke the enemy every time it's up. Look to walk up on the enemy like this if the enemy support is not pressuring, and try to aim for both. If the enemy minions have a gap in them, you can also try shooting it, as the hitbox gets pretty big for champions. Also, if the enemy has no hard engage you have to be afraid of, if you have position first on an objective, you can look to keep greeting the enemy with your W as they're walking into you. Your E. In most of your games you should be able to get prio by playing level 1 like we highlighted. Now, when you get level 2, you want to take E, unless there's an all-in, in which case you would be taking Q. Use it like this on blue side, and like this on red side. You will get info on the current position of an enemy jungler, where he's currently pathing, and in what order he took his camps, and this could be useful for your jungler later, and you will also know where he is pathing to on his second clear as well. For the rest of the game, I just keep using E intuitively, when I don't have info on enemy jungler or support most of the time. Ashe ult. This is the most important part of your kit, IMO, so here are a bunch of things I do to consistently have good arrows. First of all, you should always be looking for a play when your ult is up. Generally, if your R button is on cooldown, you should be itching to use it somehow. I always screen for potential targets on the enemy team. The best targets usually are non-tanks that don't have mercs, so bruisers with Ninja Tabi, for example, can also be a very valid target to initiate the fight. Mercs are kind of a big deal for Ashe, so if the enemy has mercs, I try to not look at them. Squishy and carry champions as well, or if the enemy has AD carry that didn't take cleanse or currently has no cleanse. It's also fine to use your ulti to force the enemy cleanse, as the cooldown is 4 minutes after the nerfs, so if you can time the cleanse, all power to you. If possible, try to shoot your arrows from no vision, and also if possible from a slight angle. The hitbox becomes super hard to dodge, as people will not be dodging it in a vertical plane. I talked about this in my previous arrows from no vision, and also if possible from a slight angle. The hitbox becomes super hard to dodge, as people will not be dodging it in a vertical plane. I talked about this in my previous guide, so if you haven't seen it, make sure to check it out, link in the description. If the enemy bot lane has cleanse currently, and you are behind or you can't fight bot lane, you can always look for an ulti on enemy mid laner. This is best done when running out of base. One good ulti can carry your mid lane matchup until the enemy off the ground. Look for choke points to increase the chance of landing your ult, like in this clip. Alright guys, that's the end of this short guide. Let me know in the comment section whether you liked it, and also let me know if I should make another one and on which champion. Thanks for watching.
Every tier of gems,
new
exactly.
sets of wings at every 1,000 resonance interval.
Yes.
But once you put these gems inside of your wings, I have no idea where they go, how they sit in there, what they're doing in there.
There are guilds in this game that will only invite you if you have a certain size wing.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and what a wild day. They released the Epstein files. Oh my god. Now if you were somebody yesterday, you probably have just seen that, my god, 33,000 files got released. Now I decided I'm gonna spend the entire night, I'm just gonna look through this, you know, pour myself a nice glass of the hard stuff, see what's actually new, and much to my shock and awe, actually nothing much new got announced. So right now, because obviously, you know, a bunch of people are getting a little bit pissed that the most transparent government isn't being completely transparent, obviously, I think many people are rightfully asking for information on one of the most prolific human traffickers in human history, right? Somebody that has obviously victimized tons of people, but somebody that has been connected to some of the world's most powerful individuals, right? And the rabbit hole just keeps getting deeper regardless of how much, you know, new information comes out. So obviously because there's so many victims, right, and people want disclosure, that even representatives that were pretty much on Trump's ass, you know, like kissing up his asshole, they were leaving the actual office after they had spoken to the victims, which makes sense, right? Like obviously me and you are, you know, watching this through a lens of the internet. We're a little detached, but when you sit in front of a victim to, you know, what might be one of the most gross human trafficking schemes in human history, yeah, obviously it's gonna break anybody, right? Like let's be completely real about this. Now again, what's really insane about this too is, like, not even a month ago, this is apparently just a big Democrat hoax or something that would never actually end. Even though as we're talking right now, and as you're probably watching the video, the victims are actually coming out and talking about, you know, their experiences publicly for the world to consume. Now, again, this is also a situation where if you're looking closely at, like, this, you know, resolution, this is drafted by both a Republican and a Democrat in order to release all of this information regarding these Epstein files, right? And as this is actually happening, many people are signing up for this. They're getting involved. They're trying to just ignore all of the, party team sports bullshit and just actually sign for justice. And while this is happening, what's insane about this situation is that, again, you've got the White House telling CNN, helping these guys and those liberal Democrats with their attention seeking, while the DOJ is fully supporting, by the way, the same DOJ that has been part of a shitty cover-up is fully supporting a more comprehensive file release effort from the Oversight Committee. But if you help these guys release this information and try to push it through democratic principles, right? Like a vote would be viewed as a very hostile act to the administration. Again, I don't understand how draining the swamp, which is what this same administration ran on, would consider like a hostile act. Wouldn't this be very much in line with what the fuck you guys ran on? Like, this is stuff that just doesn't make any sense to me. And again, the more and more this story comes up and the more the administration acts, the more it becomes just apparent that this is just the shittiest cover-up. But we'll go a little bit deeper into it, because there's one bombshell out of all this that I think really deconstructs all of this, White House bullshit. So September 2nd, right over here, today the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform released 33,295 pages of Epstein-related records that were provided by the U.S. Department of Justice. On August 5th, Chairman Comer issued a subpoena for records related to Jeffrey Epstein. And the Department of Justice has indicated that it will continue producing those records while ensuring the redaction of victim identities and CSAM, which obviously, nobody is asking for. I don't really want to know the victims' names, nor do I want to see the videos and photos associated with the abuse. What I am interested in is who in the elite was actually dealing with this kind of stuff. Who was taking advantage of children? Who was taking advantage of innocent women, men, whatever, people, just human? Who was treating them like cattle? So here they gave a link which leads to a Google Drive that has gigabytes of actual information. I mean, it's 33,000 articles. So again, you've got, a data sheet over here. You've got the volume, which contains natives, images, and of course, looking further into it, I haven't seriously seen every single thing here. I think nobody has, because it just came out less than 24 hours ago. But again, you can see that a lot of the images over here, a lot of the stuff is in relation to, again, the interviews being done. So again, if I just turn the sound down here so it doesn't echo through, you can see that, of course, there's interviews being done. And the way that they're presenting it is they're just screen recording. So you can see like the VLC. And again, like this is just fresh from the beginning to end. So again, people can, I guess, verify through this that there are no cuts. But of course, there's more information. So if you've never seen sort of like, the walk around of the property, so to speak, the body cam stuff, this is what it is. It can be chilling stuff for anybody that, is looking at this with complete morbid curiosity. But I want to just say that none of this information is actually new. If you were following this case at all, if you were going down the Epstein rabbit hole, like me and many others, none of this information is mind-boggling and new to you. But if you're somebody that is now catching up, the government at least provided this in a easy-to-view Dropbox. So of course, looking through these images over here, they appear to just be screen grabs. So again, affidavits from the Palm Beach Police Department, for instance. And again, there is redactions to expect over here. In fact, the redactions have gotten to a point where I think everyone's kind of laughing about them. For instance, on the Epstein subreddit, one of the things they showed was the House released this page as part of their file dump. Now again, I've seen, like, again, for the party that wants to drain the swamp and bring transparency, I fucking love these black bars, dude. I think there is Saudi Arabian porn that is more revealing than what these documents can consist of. Now, out of the 33,000 pages that have been released, a lot of them, obviously, we've already seen before, but around 1,000 pages that specifically deal with the United States Customs and Border Patrol, specially related to, I think, flight logs between the years of 2000 and 2014 are what was actually new in this entire situation, right? And I believe some of the newer documentation, and again, I'm still trying to mostly vet this for myself, is again from the CBP. So you can see, like, again, documentation regarding the arrival of private aircrafts, obviously related to Epstein, for instance, right? Now, aside from a lot of this, there is one piece of information that I think is a pretty interestingly big bombshell, okay? One that kind of puts into question a lot of the things that the current administration has sort of said, right? Now remember, there have apparently been tens of thousands of videos in this case, videos that obviously the government isn't going to release because they involve children, and of course the actual Attorney General of the U.S., the top cop, Pam Bondi, actually watched all this stuff, okay? So, again, this is her words, not mine. This is the government saying it, okay? So clearly there is some filth and evil in the world, and they are very much reviewing it, very much out there. But when it comes to videos, one of the things that obviously stood out was, remember that jail footage? And there was the whole thing where Pam Bondi was like, you know, there's a reason why there's a minute of footage that is missing, and that's because they use such older systems where I guess at 11:59, they just stop and then start recording after a minute. Well, it turns out that might just be bullshit, because in part of this, there was actually release of the extra minute of footage, that contested footage everyone was talking about. So look very carefully at this, okay? Now that that footage has been recovered somehow, you can actually see that, and we'll play most of it just over here for you, again, just to go by the seek bar. Of course, when you get towards the end, you can see that one officer kind of walks towards the entrance of what appears to be the shoe, picks up the phone, and of course gets cleared for entry, and then decides to walk right in. Yeah, there it is. You can actually see him go right in there once the door actually opens. Now again, the thing about this is we went from, there really isn't footage because the tech is so old, now we have the fucking footage. And I don't think this footage would have ever been gotten if it wasn't for the fact that there was, you know, Wired, there was a whole bunch of independent investigators. I mean, I showed you guys how to do the forensics yourself just to verify that the government was bullshitting you. And they were in fact bullshitting you. How do you go from the footage, you know, probably doesn't exist because of, you know, technical limitations to, hold on guys, we have the footage right here for you to see.
And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night the video is reset and every night should have the same minute missing.
That means, to me, that there's a lot more information that is still not released as part of this massive 30,000 plus file drop. I think it's insane that we're calling this transparency when a lot of the stuff is still very heavily redacted. There's information that consistently contradicts the shitty cover-up that it is. Okay, I said this cover-up was falling apart, and I really do feel that it is absolutely falling apart at the seams, and even more so now that I look at this footage, because again, more and more contradictions just keep kind of flying in regards to the story. But again, to kind of whittle it on back to something that I find a little bit important in this situation is the redaction. I'm not looking for victims or anything. I'm not looking necessarily for, you know, a book the header client list on top of it. What I am looking for is transparency in regards to it. It's fine to redact a victim. It's absolutely 100% A-okay for the government to not release CSAM on Google Drive for everybody to download. That is an understandable thing. But it really feels like it's hard to trust a government that wanted to make this stuff so transparent, because even if information does come out, and I guess it's one of those situations where like it's a lose-lose for the government. You know, if you don't release anything, we're still going to be thinking that, you know, the guy running in the office is in the files pretty heavily. And even if they do release something, with how compromised the government is right now, I don't even think the files they will release, even if they're unredacted, might not even be modified. It's actually kind of insane. There really is no trust in the government when it comes to a story related to this, okay? Just because of how poorly everything so far has been handled. You know, like over the weekend, I saw a whole bunch of stuff with people talking about this, right? Where like apparently Trump was just not like alive for some reason. Somebody had like looked through his like public like schedule, and they were like, yeah, the president has no public events, no public events, no public events for like days. The whole weekend he's just gone. And you know, you got the vice president going, I'm ready to take over the presidency. Why would you even fucking say that? You know what I mean? And then images started coming out of Trump looking like an old man. I mean, the people were looking at this and going like, damn, dude, he looks haggard. Bro is 78 years old, okay? Somehow I think we have lost the plot when we allow senior citizens who would probably be fighting at the end of Metal Gear Solid 4 to be running for presidential office, okay? I feel like, you know, every time somebody looked at Biden tripping around, they were like, oh my God, how is this geriatric functioning? Bro, we have two geriatrics running against each other. Maybe it's time to have a fucking age limit on the people that are running the most powerful fucking country in the world. You know, at age 65, they expect your ass to be retired and collecting Social Security, but nah. You can just run one of the most powerful fucking nations in the world. Shit's insane these days. But again, you know, if I call it out, people will say, oh, Moody, you got that derangement syndrome crap. I mean, I'm sorry, bro. I think speaking facts is not derangement. And more importantly for me, I just care to go back to the Epstein stuff because I think that's really what's more important. Again, this is a situation that affects the entire world to an extent too. And the reason why it affects the entire world is that even outside of these files dropping, there have been other situations where, again, more and more people from other sides of the world have started to become exposed in connection to Epstein. So for instance, in Israel, there was apparently a massive email leak. 100,000 emails were leaked from their former prime minister, Ehud Barak, and between Epstein, where again, they're just conversating, and to show you how powerful this guy is, right? Like, again, he's talking with like a former prime minister of a country, right? It's kind of insane. I mean, I don't have these people in my contact sheets, okay? The most powerful person I have in my contact sheet is, I don't know, no one close to this. That's all I know. But again, you can read like words like, of course, from Ehud, he's like, Jeff, thanks. Peter Thiel, by the way, one of the most prominent CEOs right now. One focus of a video that I'm doing, hopefully by this weekend, about Palantir. Could be very interesting, but I'm flying to Europe. Next time, best EB. I mean, they're chatting like they're bros. And then, of course, you know, you've got Ehud going to meet him for dinner tomorrow. He has to bring another person with him. I don't know who, why. I met him once in Davos some 2 years ago. Probably doesn't even recall. Let's see. I was told by the host of the dinner that we will probably spend it just talking geopolitics. It's a first date. I think he's a huge potential to accelerate things by the sheer reputation he'd got. You know, this guy's insane. He's just talking to like the former fucking prime minister of Israel and shit. And they're talking about Peter Thiel. It's crazy. And of course, Jeff is such a goddamn player. He's like, yeah, Peter can come to dinner on the 9th. Can you stay until then? This guy just is connecting motherfuckers all the time. I mean, how deep does a rabbit hole like this actually go? How many people are involved into this? Because it's not how many people, sorry, it's how many powerful people, how many people in positions where, you know, they control organizations that are designed for data gathering, surveillance, yada, yada, yada. But again, these are all questions that I think people are absolutely valid in asking, right? And of course, there are ultimately the victims involved in the story. I can't stress that enough. The reason why this story is very interesting, to me at least, is that I feel that if this is handled in the right way, there is a lot of justice to be doled out for people that normally would never even conceive seeing justice in their lifetime. But the longer this charade goes on, and the more the government tries to pretend that we're being transparent, when in reality, they're just releasing old shit. People said this was a bombshell, but in reality, this is like a couple shell casings that we didn't know before that they threw at us with no real context or anything. Again, the government has the chance to do the right thing, okay? The absolute right thing. They are just consistently at every avenue choosing not to. And it's safe for me to say that, listen, personally speaking, I think the big man Trump Trump is absolutely sitting in these files. But I also think that Clinton, I think everybody, regardless of what side of the political aisle you're on, are in these files. Look, at some point, you just have to understand that the people who are in power, whether they're liberals or conservatives or whatever the fuck, they are rich and powerful. They are fucking sitting with the elites. They're sitting with the people that actually control our world, that actually make the decisions. And you know, once you're that powerful, once you're with the elites, okay, you're all in the same pond together, okay? It doesn't matter who's who. You can't be finger pointing. Remember, this Epstein stuff wasn't even disclosed even when those Democrats were in power too. Why was that? Because I highly believe, personally, that for as many Trumps that are involved in this, there's as many Clintons and whatnot involved too. And obviously, I think they're all in it with each other to not release any of this information because ultimately, I don't think anybody wants to be implicated in this. But yeah, they released the Epstein files. Wasn't much of a release. But ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you're educated. Hopefully you've seen stuff. Hopefully you're up to speed. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I'm still going to be researching this. There's going to be more videos. I want to personally look through these files more so than I have now and really get a bearing if there's something new. Maybe there is going to be more files released. Maybe today. Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar, and what a wild day. They released the Epstein files. Oh my god.
It's honestly one of the coolest ways I've seen to receive a soft ban.
This player cannot receive party invitations due to negative eternal. Like, I mean, really, whenever you're adding in all of these weird systems, don't you ever ask yourself, like, am I really making a video game right now? Answer is absolutely not. Like, so many of these games, they're not even really games. They're just like weird, like, money incentive structures that are stacked together with shiny lights.
Because your account just becomes unusable. You still have it, so now you just have the FOMO times a million. But the most cost-effective way is to spend your money, buy some orbs, use that to buy crests in the game, get some legendary gems, sell those for plat, or use them yourself. Because you can also transfer one orb for 10 plat, but this conversion rate sucks and should be only done for like tiny amounts of platinum.
Yeah, sure.
Next, I'll briefly explain what systems are in place that make people whales.
It's a retard trap, not the game.
So
yeah, but
two
still.
Main things, and these are two different types of gems. There are normal gems, which come in the red, yellow, and blue variety.
Yeah, those you usually have to
and
farm.
These only provide.
This alpha male influencer has completely lost it on his girlfriend during a live stream in front of Jack Doherty, who's also been discussed frequently here on this channel. And it's safe to say his house of cards are slowly falling apart.
I just need you to respect that, and that would help me a lot. That's it.
Well, I can do that. I'm just going to start doing more streams with people and get more. I'll make it so you want me more. Watch. I'll play that game double time.
It's not a...
I'm in a different city. What's up now? I'm in. Bugatti. Dress up. Oh, yeah, cool.
Yeah, but that's just...
He's saying all of that in front of a child, and it only gets worse from here, because let's be real, it always does. At this point, I feel like I've been living in two universes. One featuring Wes Watson and one featuring Jack Doherty. And today we kind of got this like DC Marvel crossover absolutely no one asked for, because hey, now we have both of them here in the same video. And if you've been following my channel for a while, you already know both of these guys have been scripting their own downfalls in real time. And I guess at this point, we've just kind of been like involuntary spectators to all of it. Wes can never stop talking, which he's proved over and over again during his Jack live streams. And I mean, just the fact that he was on a stream in the first place just leads us back to the theories that his current legal troubles are coming straight for his wallet. But more on that in a minute here, because first I need to give a quick recap. So you have Wes Watson here, who's a former prison inmate who reinvented himself as a life coach by screaming motivational cliches at a camera from the front seat of his Rolls Royce. But if you can't tell from the clip I've already played, he tends to just say a whole bunch of nothing and then stares at the camera like, yeah, I just did something. That'll be $50. Actually, no, that's an understatement. He charges like $3,000 for his courses, or at least he used to. And I guess he does that because his advice is just so great.
And how would I start? How would I, if I was broke and starting again, I would find the person who's living exactly how you want to live and ask them and tell them to teach me how you do it and pay them.
That's true. Find something that's working and do it better than them.
I mean, just look at the pure enthusiasm from Jack. Even Jack looks tired of hearing him talk. Wes's whole brand is essentially just built off of being real and tough and telling you to just take personal responsibility, which is very ironic because when it comes to his own life, Wes has been dodging accountability like it's cardio, because back in December of 2024, Wes and 3 of his goons allegedly assaulted a man named Hakeem Ibrahim in the Elevation Fitness Center in Miami, a gym that Wes co-owns. Hakeem claims that Wes was challenging people to fights in his DMs. He dared him to show up and jumped him with a squad when he finally did. And obviously we're talking about punching, dragging, a dumbbell being thrown at him, and hair pulling. The whole works. And the gym security footage did not help Wes's self-defense claim at all, because the Miami police arrested him in April for aggravated assault. And this arrest opened the floodgates. The criminal case for aggravated assault, and obviously the height allegations, because for some reason Wes has really been focused on him being outed as 5'9". Or 5'6", or 5'7". At this point, I don't know. Something in that range. Either way, he claims he's 6 foot, and he's very adamant about it. And on top of that, you have a divorce that's been dragging on for 4 years, possibly to keep his finances hidden. And while all that's been going on, Wes has just been completely spiraling on Instagram, attacking people, flexing cars, and desperately trying to keep up the image of a millionaire alpha while the walls are clearly closing in around him. And now we have Jack Doherty. I shouldn't really have too much to say about that guy because, you know, he's the live streamer whose entire brand seems to be just like making chaos, picking off fights in public. He essentially became very infamous for starting stuff with people and then hiding behind his bodyguard. Last time I covered Jack, he was fresh off of the rumors of a CPS investigation, which is something he dismissed as a fake call, and immediately found himself in another public mess. And just to clarify, I also believe as of right now that that was just a complete fake call. But obviously after that situation, something he dismissed as a fake call. In fact, he was fresh off of the rumors of a CPS investigation, which is something he dismissed as a fake call, and immediately found himself in another public mess. And just to clarify, I also believe, as of right now, that that was just a complete fake call. But obviously, after that situation, he found himself in another public mess, all while streaming inside of a Target store. He was then approached by employees who told him to stop recording or leave, and instead of just, simply ending the stream and avoiding conflict, Jack, as always, doubled down, argued with staff, and just re-entered the store over and over again. Things obviously escalate even further in the parking lot, where a confrontation with an Infinity driver turned tense after the man allegedly displayed a firearm.
That's the last of an Infinity driver. Yeah. What's up? I don't want nothing from no broke ass shit.
So Jack's natural instinct of hiding behind his bodyguard happened yet again, and he decided to flee the scene, leaving his girlfriend behind at the store. But obviously, when police arrived, Jack's attitude flipped instantly, because only moments earlier he was running off and asking his bodyguard to cover him. Now, with both cops and muscle nearby, he was suddenly back into the tough guy mode, essentially making fun of the other guy and acting like he would be in control the whole time. It was just a perfect snapshot of how Jack works. Lean into the victim role when it's convenient, and then when there's no longer a threat, you pull up and act tough. Now, I would never consider myself a tough guy either, but I'm also not in public trying to start problems with people. And it's that pattern which makes Jack so hard to watch, and that's why his actions just keep landing in my coverage alongside of characters like Wes Watson. And now for the Wes update, because this week things somehow got even worse. Court filings reveal that Wes's legal strategy right now is just pure stalling. Because right now he asked the court to pause the civil case until his criminal one's finished, in hopes to, I guess, just avoid answering questions that could further incriminate him. That's a common tactic, but in Wes's case, it might also be a way to just buy time while pretending nothing's wrong on social media. But here's the problem. These cases aren't just going to go away. The divorce is still inching forward, and the criminal case is alive and well. And that civil judgment against him is still a ticking time bomb in his finances. And now the internet just got treated to one of the strangest crossovers I've seen in a while. Wes Watson and Jack back together on a live stream. On paper, these two are cut from very different fabrics. Wes is a self-proclaimed alpha male, ex-con who yells at followers from the seat of his luxury car, and Jack is a chaotic IRL streamer who picks fights in parking lots for views. But in reality, they're both internet train wrecks with egos bigger than their own audiences. The stream itself just felt less like content and more like two car crashes happening at the same time. Wes, fresh off a dodging court date, spent most of it posturing and delivering his usual take accountability speeches, which again, is super ironic. Meanwhile, Jack was clearly in his element, poking at Wes in that passive-aggressive way that he can, half amused, half looking for a reaction that would make, for entertaining content on his stream. And what made it even weirder was the dynamic. Wes clearly wanted to be in the dominant presence, but Jack wasn't playing the role of a respectful guest. Meanwhile, during all of this, Wes is just having the most passive-aggressive fight with his girlfriend I've seen in a while.
How does the girl settle? What gets her to settle? Or they just can never settle?
No, I mean, if you want a provider, what does that mean to you? Is it just financial, or is it someone who makes you feel more like you, to be yourself around them?
Nobody ever made me feel like you.
How do you get there?
Only women say that.
How do you get there?
That's how a man truly leads a woman. That's how she becomes very.
No man ever, no person ever made me feel more of me.
Yes, that's what happens.
Yeah, no one ever taught me.
Let me tell you why. The love that you feel for someone else is equivalent to the love that you have for yourself. So the people around you activate that love that you already feel within yourself.
I see that though. Like sometimes I act different around people that are like, like a girl, whatever. Like if I'm super close to them.
But why make it so in a complicated world where a man is trying so hard to even make enough money? Why complicate it so hard for?
Is it just me, or does he seem like he really wants us to feel bad for him? Like the whole, why doesn't anyone see how hard I have it? Like that just seems like he wants a little bit of sympathy, but since it'll destroy his tough guy image, instead he just complains about how he can't complain. Because that makes so much sense here.
But we don't complain.
Just don't complicate it.
Not you, but
we appreciate.
If my husband go work and I'm raising 3 kids home, it's a different story. It's the same work.
I know this is a live stream, but part of me feels like I should be leaving the room so they can hash this out or something.
If I'm at the house and you're at the house and I'm wanting my dick sucked and I can't get my dick sucked, I'm pissed. Like,
yeah,
fuck,
pissed.
you know?
Like,
so this is the thing.
Then just go find another Be like, fine, you know what?
But I'm not trying to say it like that. She doesn't know what we're saying. She said in front of the baby.
Oh, I know, but just a little bit of, just a little bit.
I was gonna say BJ, but I forgot to.
I don't know how, but this clip makes a grown man look even more immature than Jack Doherty. This is just insane. The dude just talks so much that I'm sure if everyone left the room, he would still be in that room alone talking. This whole live stream just turned into like a clash of egos where they were both having this like bizarre flex off to see who was more real, while ignoring the fact that both of them are known for avoiding any sort of accountability, losing their temper on camera, and making terrible decisions in public. Honestly, it was less like a collab and more like a mutual public service announcement. Something around the lines of, here's exactly how not to live your life. Oh, and then on top of that, Jack drove Wes's orange Bugatti, which I guess is just new levels of irony.
Oh, I don't even take the parking brakes on.
Looks good on you, Jack.
Thank you, thank you. He's driving. I'm about shocked. Hop in.
First off, I don't know why anyone would let Jack drive a car at this point. It's not like he has a proven track record of being able to drive, but also Wes is in hot water right now for trying to sell that car for some cash. I talked about this briefly in my last video of how John Bravo exposed that Wes is hiding the fact that he's trying to sell this Bugatti because the same VIN number was being used for his orange car is actually a red car in a Miami dealership. The dealer even admitted that Wes asked them to list it that way so people would know he was selling his Bugatti, which means all of those flashy Instagram posts showing him driving the Bugatti might just be a plan of some sort of like clout preservation. But also, just to give him the benefit of the doubt and be as fair as possible here, with hyper cars like that, it is actually common to list your car for sale pretty much immediately and just kind of wait around in case a new buyer is interested, because sometimes you can get more than what you paid for the car. So it could be a very simple explanation for why it's up for sale, but that does not explain the fact that he's like using a different Bugatti to try to sell his own Bugatti.
The owner of this orange Bugatti is a very, very private person. He doesn't like his business out there like that. So what he told us to do is just, you know, since we had that red one, he's just like, put my VIN on that red one, and if someone calls, offer them my orange one, but he doesn't want us actively listing his color. So he rather just see if anyone would be interested in his color, if anyone called for a Bugatti in general, and just to like send them a picture or video of the car so they can check it out. But on the internet, he rather not have his specific color listed, because then you get linked back to him, because there's only like 3 or 4 people in the whole world with that color of that car.
But this entire 3-hour stream was pretty much as unbearable to watch as you would imagine it would be. Essentially, they just went out on a man date. They went shopping together. Wes argued with his girlfriend while Jack poked at him to get more content for a stream. And then to top it all off, there was this. At this point, I can't tell if Wes's main goal is to stay out of prison or to keep appearing in people's titles on their YouTube videos, because he's giving us no shortage of material here to talk about, that's for sure. The only difference between now and a year ago is that the legal consequences are catching up faster than he can post through them. So here's where we currently stand. Criminal case. Delayed, but active, with real prison time on the table. The civil case is paused if the court allows it, and the default judgment is already against him. Then you have his current ongoing divorce, which could potentially expose his real finances. And then finally, his public image is cracked wide open by luxury car drama and constant meltdowns. Also him just losing his platforms, and him still being fixated on his height. This isn't just like a downfall anymore, this is a multi-platform and multi-case collapse playing out in slow motion. And if you've been here for my Jack coverage, you already know how this is going to pan out. Not with a victory lap, but with pretty much a crash landing. So hey, I guess stay tuned and subscribe for more, because there's one thing I've learned about covering Wes and Jack is they won't stop posting even if the judge tells them to do so. But other than that, YouTube thinks you'll enjoy this video. Drop a like if you enjoyed this video. And again, feel free to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
I think Microsoft could be wrong and missing something huge, and I also think Jay's 2 cents is right. You see, last week I talked about how a ton of people were reportedly having their SSDs basically die after a recent Windows update, specifically KB 5063878. And since that video, Microsoft has released a statement basically saying, well, we couldn't reproduce it, and our telemetry data doesn't suggest that there's an increase in drive failures, and also our customers aren't reporting it. So you might think, well, case closed, right? Maybe it's just a normal level of SSD failures not related to the update, but more people were talking about it, and then other people maybe were exaggerating just to slam Microsoft. However, I'm going to systematically explain, in my opinion, why I do think there could still very well be a problem, and why Microsoft telemetry may not even show it at all, and why they could be missing the bigger picture. Now, to be very, very clear, even if there is a problem, it's extremely possible that it's not even Microsoft's fault, and their update simply uncovered an issue that already existed in the SSD controllers. I just want to point that out before anyone gets out all the pitchforks. Now, first of all, the number one reason why I think this is actually a legitimate issue is after Jay's 2 cents made a video where he actually showed it happening to him on his actual computer, and he's able to reproduce it. I do highly recommend you watch his video after this one. I am going to base a lot of my points on the stuff he showed in this video, but I am going to add some additional insights that I don't think anyone has talked about before. Basically, in his video, he talks about and shows how when running a certain benchmark, he's able to pretty consistently cause that failure where the drive would disappear. And he didn't actually mention this in the video, but I noticed it, is that the drive failure happens during the loading phase of the benchmark. I'll come back to that point in a second though. It's also very relevant that he's working on a test bench in this case, where presumably you want to change as little stuff over time in terms of software so you can test the hardware apple to apples, which means that probably there's not a lot that has changed on that computer except for the Windows update. Unfortunately, I guess he's not able to actually fully roll back the update because I guess the update actually also installed a servicing stack, because he did try to uninstall and roll back the update, but apparently it still happens. So it's possible that the problem isn't even from the security updates, but the servicing stack along with it. Not going to get into that. Anyway, interestingly, he mentions in his video how the problem that he's experiencing, obviously during a benchmark, is not the normal reported situation that would cause this issue. And he says he even tried doing the other tests like copying large files and even running Crystal Disk Mark, stuff like that, and it wouldn't cause it, but this benchmark would. So that might suggest to a lot of people, oh, well, it's not simply just from heavy reading and writing, it must be something else. However, one thing I want to point out, like I said before, is that the crash he experiences does happen during the loading phase of the benchmark. And that's important because when you're loading it or loading files into memory, not only are you actually reading from the drive, but what you might not realize is Windows has what's called a page file, where it basically moves less used parts of the memory onto the disk. So in this case, if you're loading a lot of new stuff into memory, even if it's not overflowing or pushing the boundaries, Windows might decide to move stuff out of memory onto the disk. So my point is, it still very well could be related to doing heavy writes on the disk. One way that Jay could test this directly is by disabling the page file in Windows and then rebooting and then seeing if it still happens with it disabled, because that would presumably just load it into memory but not have any writes at the same time of that. And if it doesn't ever happen again, then that would mean that the theory that all of this is related to heavy writing, at least in part, still holds. Now, to be clear, this is not to suggest in any way that the page file is causing all this, so do not go disabling that. It's just a way to test and confirm in his specific scenario that the problem is still actually related to writing to disk, just in a different way than copying files. And one more point that I think Jay could test is, I don't know if he's been monitoring the temperatures of the SSDs, but I'd be curious if the one that he was testing had a heatsink on it, and I'd be curious if it didn't, if adding one would fix it, because I assume that SSDs do have some kind of temperature throttling built in, but hey, maybe that's the problem, something messed that up. But that's just a random thought that I had. Finally, another thing that he talks about, and I think is very relevant, and I'll come back to it, when he does a normal restart, the drive appears gone. And it's not until he does a full power cycle by actually turning off the power supply and then turning back on that the drive comes back. And I think that's relevant because there was that one set of testing that the person on Twitter did where they found that, at least in a couple cases, the drives would not come back. And people were saying, well, that means that it's killing the drives. But I wonder if these drives, even the ones that seemingly don't come back, are not actually being bricked, but they just need to be fully power cycled. So that is my first of a couple key theories and hypotheses that I have in this video. And that is that I think even when this problem does happen, it's probably not actually bricking the SSDs. Even if it doesn't come back with a restart, it might just be that you need to do a full power cycle. So before I even continue, I'm gonna address this point further. I know a lot of people are gonna ask, should I resume Windows updates if I disabled it before? Should I, install this update? And in my opinion, yes, I think you actually should continue Windows updates, even though I also think this problem is real. The first reason being, it seems that even if this is a problem, it's still probably rare. And like I just talked about, I think in basically all cases, the SSD will be recoverable by just doing a full power cycle. And by that, I mean shutting down and then also turning off your power supply, then turning it back on. All right, now my second theory and hypothesis is I wonder if this problem is caused not purely just from writing large files, but also simultaneously writing and reading. Because you might remember that one Twitter user who did all the testing, NecroCat, he did 3 stages of tests. One, copying a file from another drive onto the test drive. Then in the next test, he compressed all those files into an archive on the same drive. And then in the third stage, he extracted those onto the same drive. And in his results, by far, most of the problems happened in those second and third stage, not the first. A couple happened in the first, but it was mostly the second and third where it involved both writing and reading to the drive at the same time. Because in the second one, you're reading from the file and then also writing to the compressed archive you're creating. And the third stage, you're doing the opposite, reading from the archive and then writing the file. Now, yes, a couple drives did fail in the first stage, so I think at the very least, it makes it more likely to fail in the second and third, or maybe some drives are just more susceptible when both reading and writing, whereas not just for writing. And again, going back to Jay's video about likely to fail in the second and third, or maybe some drives are just more susceptible when both reading and writing, whereas not just for writing. And again, going back to Jay's video about having the crash during the loading phase of the benchmark, that would also be reading from the files and then also writing back to the page file. So for example, if he's running several different benchmarks, one possibility just off the top of my head is maybe if the program loads a bunch of different maps into the memory and Windows sees that it's done with one of them, it could just move it into the disk on the page file since it's not using it anymore. Now, I don't know how big the files that it's actually loading into memory are, but presumably if it's a benchmark, it's probably going to be loading the biggest ones, and it is a very large game at like 100 gigabytes total. Obviously, it's not going to load all that at once, but it still is probably big files. Now again, obviously there has to be more to it, and also Jay mentioned in his video that he did even do some testing through like Crystal Disk Mark and other stuff copying files, and it didn't happen with him, only during the benchmark. Anyway, so my point is that if anyone's going to plan on doing testing to try and reproduce this, you might want to focus on a thing that would test both reading and writing simultaneously heavily. Next, another major thing I want to talk about is how Microsoft said in their memo that their telemetry that they analyzed does not suggest an increase in drive failures. But one thing I realized today when I was thinking about it is in the case of a primary system drive failure, there would be no way for Windows to even submit an error report for them to even know about it in the first place. You see, for errors and crashes, Windows has what's called Windows Error Reporting, WER, where it will create a file on the disk with what happened, and sometimes even include part of the memory that was related to that application that crashed, and then later it will upload that file to Microsoft, so they can get a report of different crashes and then work on it. And if Windows itself crashes, it can actually include a copy of just what Windows itself was doing. This is called a dump file, and then upload it again to Microsoft. That's usually what happens if you get a BSOD. You'll see it says 0% complete or preparing. Report, I forget what it says, but it does something before shutting down, and it's creating that dump file in that report. to later upload. But in the case where the main system drive just disappears, then there would be no disk to create that report file on, so it can't send it. And you'll actually notice in Jay's 2 cents video, when he gets that BSOD, it pretty much instantly goes away. Normally that takes time, again, because it has to create the whole report, but it doesn't. It just says 0% complete and instantly goes away without progressing past that, because obviously it's unable to create the report to send. Now, I have no idea if Microsoft has other ways where they can somehow send off telemetry data purely from memory via the internet, even if the disk disappears, but it's also not inconceivable that whatever is causing this problem could also be causing that to not work. So I will point out that if you are someone who recently started experiencing more and more BSODs than usual, and you notice that the blue screen goes away pretty much instantly, that very well could actually mean that you are experiencing this problem, and it's just that your motherboard happens to reboot in a way that causes the drive to come back and is able to recover from it, or maybe the drive is just able to recover from it anyway. So that is something I would watch out for. Another thing I want to touch on is in Jay's 2 cents video, he mentions and shows how it's kind of what he describes as a slow crash, where first the benchmark freezes and then it goes to the desktop and Windows kind of acts glitchy and then shows an error and then dies. And that is actually what I would expect to happen if the drive just instantly disappeared. Windows is going to keep running for a short amount of time purely from memory because it's running from memory. It's just that it's going to kind of take a minute to realize something's very wrong and then die. It's kind of like the old cartoons where the coyote is chasing the roadrunner and he runs off a cliff, but it takes him a second to realize that there's nothing underneath him. It's kind of like Windows doing that. And the reason I think that Microsoft would not necessarily catch this in the telemetry at all is because even if this happens and Windows notices the drive is gone and crashes because of that, well, it can't write the report, like I said, and then even when Windows reboots, and it sees, based on whatever flag it sets for having a successful shutdown, it's going to see, whoa, there was not a successful shutdown. But anything that happened after the drive just disappeared is not going to be reported on. So it's not going to know exactly what even happened. I think it'll probably look exactly the same as if the user had just cut power to the computer. It's going to know that there was a shutdown of some kind that was not expected, but without any kind of error report, it has no idea what happened. And the fact that Microsoft says that there's not really any telemetry about this kind of does suggest to me that the problem is at the hardware level within the SSDs, because if there was something starting to go wrong with Windows, you would think that it would probably start to write that data to the disk.
The average Asmon Twitch experience, I even hear his voice. Yeah, no, yeah, well, sure, yeah, no. That's about, okay. Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, true. Probably, yeah. The average Asmon Twitch experience, I even hear his voice. Yeah, no, yeah, well, sure, yeah, no. That's about, okay. Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, true. Probably, yeah. The average Asmon Twitch experience, I even hear his voice. Yeah, no, yeah, well, sure, yeah, no. That's about, okay. Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, true. Probably, yeah. The average Asmon Twitch experience, I even hear his voice. Yeah, no, yeah, well, sure, yeah, no. That's about, okay. Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, true. Probably, yeah. The average Asmon Twitch experience, I even hear his voice. Yeah, no, yeah, well.
Where are you moving to? I'm moving to my new rental apartment. Where are you moving to? I'm moving to my new rental apartment. I've had to go to 3 different people that helped me install the internet, things like this. But the person that called recognized me, which was really nice. So we had an awesome conversation. And apparently has a permaband account with 4,000 euros worth of skins. And then he quit League of Legends. But now I told him that he should start playing League of Legends again. Am I a villain for that? Yes or no? Where are you moving to? I'm moving to my new rental apartment. I've had to go to
think we can get this done in 2 hours. I'm the manager, and we'll be done by the end of the day. My name is Junior. I'm doing the work, so shut the fuck up. I'm the owner, and I think we can get this done in 2 hours. I'm the manager, and we'll be done by the end of the day. My name is Junior. I'm doing the work, so shut the fuck up.
Bro, how much shit is on this fucking train? I've been sitting here for 20 minutes! Nah, there's another fucking train, dude! Fuck. Bro, how much shit is on this fucking train? I've been sitting here for 20
You're a dumbass. You're grade A, #1, bona fide, first class. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. And you'll be one all your dumbass life. You're a dumbass. You're grade.
Good tips for buying used cars. Oh, yeah?
I'm here. Look. See it? A lot of carbon deposits.
Yeah.
Be sure to check these places when buying a used car.
Yeah.
First, find the production date on the bottom of your car's seatbelt. And then, find the vehicle production date on the nameplate. Compare these two dates. If it doesn't match up, it means this car has triggered the airbag system and replaced the seatbelt. Never buy it. Second, we came to the driver's seat. Let's
I
squat
didn't know
down.
that.
Then check the vehicle production date on the nameplate. First, find the production date on the bottom of your car's seatbelt. And then, find the vehicle production date on the nameplate. Compare these two dates. If it doesn't match up, it...
Good tips for buying used cars.
Driver's seat. Let's
I
squat
didn't know
down.
that.
Then check
Damn.
the steering column and brake pedal. Look
Wow.
to see if there's vehicle production date on the nameplate. Compare these two dates. If it doesn't match up, it means this car has triggered the airbag system and replaced the seatbelt. Never buy it. Second, we came to
Wow.
the driver's seat. Let's
I
squat
didn't know
down.
that.
Then check
Damn.
the steering column and brake pedal. Look
Wow.
to see if there is a lot of rust on it. If
No.
there is any, this indicates that this car may be a flooded car. Never buy it.
Oh.
Third, let's look for these two screws next to the pillar of the
Holy
vehicle.
shit.
Then check if it has any traces of being screwed.
Yeah?
If there is any, it means the car has had the center console replaced.
Wow.
Why replace the console? This must
Crash?
be a big
Yeah.
accident. Never buy it. Fourth, let's unscrew the engine oil cap. Then check the back of it. If there is a lot of black oil stains, it means there is something
Wasn't
wrong
taken
with the
care of,
car's
yeah.
engine. Never buy it. Finally,
Holy-
find this support beam in the front engine room.
What?
Check
Yeah,
if
yeah.
there are any signs of welding or deformation on it. If there is any,
It's a
it
big
means
accident.
that this car has
Yeah.
been involved in a collision. Never buy it. How
Holy-
find this support beam in the front engine room.
What?
Check
Yeah,
if
yeah.
there are any signs of welding or deformation on it. If there is any,
It's
it
a big
means
accident.
that this car has
Yeah.
been involved in a collision. Never buy it. How is it? Have you learned it? Follow me. My homepage has 1,000 car knowledge.
1,000 car knowledge. That's a lot of car knowledge. Good tips for buying used cars. Oh, yeah?
I'm here. Look. See it?
Yeah.
A lot of carbon deposits.
Yeah.
Be sure to check these places when buying a used car.
Yeah.
First, find the production date on the bottom of
Why is he vegan? My son's a vegan because he's a bitch. Huh? You heard that?
That's making you look bad. You trying to degrade and downplay your own kid.
Man, f you. As my genetic makeup, he love animals, but he don't do it for the animals. He said he want to be a vegan because he look like a gorilla, and gorillas are vegan. Hey, you don't look like a gorilla, but you smell like one, so I understand why you trying to be a vegan. Why is he vegan? My son's a vegan because he's a bitch.
Oh my god, you are so cute.
Hey, buddy. What you doing?
Hey, Buxton. Hi, baby. You being a good kitty?
What are you doing? Hi.
Hi, Frankie. It's Daddy. Oh my God.
Hey, Buxton. Meow.
I'm gonna be home soon, okay?
Johnny.
Buddy, what you doing?
Oh my gosh! Jerry! What are you doing? Oh my god, you are so cute. Oh my gosh! Jerry!
This is what Asmon went when he said he wasn't familiar with their attack pattern. Oh.
Dude, I've never seen that.
What was that?
Even the birds, like, what the f is that? Dude, what is that?
Get him.
Great camera work.
Damn, bitch. He got him.
That is the hardest camping I've seen literally since we started reacting to this.
With a lethal bite.
Oh.
This species has only recently been discovered. It has been found nowhere else but here.
It's just new tech.
Damn. So what about the tail?
And on its tail, movable scales have been modified to...
That's like the magma worm in Elden Ring.
To look like a spider's legs.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, low-key, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
It might be new tech, but it definitely needs a little bit of a nerf, I can't lie.
That thing's crazy.
And its tip like an abdomen.
Look at that dude.
For months.
Look at. This is what Asmon went when he said. That thing's crazy.
And its tip like an abdomen.
Look at that dude.
For months.
Look at.
Dude.
Bro, and he's so good at it too. And he
There ain't
just
no way that's
sits
not a
there.
spider. There ain't no way that's not a spider.
He just sits there, bro.
This is what Asmon went when he said he wasn't familiar with their attack pattern.
How much?
$11,995.
Did you hear that? How much?
$11,995.
Did you hear that? Store with no customers? We'll give you 8.
Oh, I couldn't possibly do that. I mean, I wish I could.
Then what is your best number?
I guess I could knock it down to 11.5.
Nice meeting you, David. Let's go, Bo. Thanks.
Hang on.
Yes?
How much were you looking to spend?
$8,000 for the ring you are holding.
Give me a minute. I'll have to call the owner.
He's not calling anyone. This is just a part of the game.
This isn't my first rodeo, Tunde.
Then act like it, cowboy. Cause you are about to get thrown from the bull.
Okay. I can get you down to 9.5.
Oh, David, I really wanted you to make this sale so you could afford to move from your parents' home.
How did you know that?
Because I have eyes, David. I have eyes. Come on.
Wait.
Yes. How much?
11,900.
Just look at this shameless rat. During the face-off, this filthy scoundrel humiliatingly slapped his opponent. This dirty fighter is Murad Legend, infamous for his endless cheap tricks. When he faced a humble baby face fighter, his dirty antics went completely over the line. At the face-off, he ruthlessly struck his kind-hearted opponent. Yet, despite that, a real rat move, Aktilik kept smiling. Once the fight began, it wasn't an easy battle for the humble underdog. Murad, who was 30 pounds heavier than his rival, tried to finish him by any dirty means necessary. But Aktilik showed the heart of a true warrior and refused to surrender. After enduring that rat's onslaught, he had enough of those filthy tricks. He rocked the rodent with a powerful shot. Then, with his precise punches, he turned the scumbag's face into mush. The rat tried to recover, but the sewer was far too deep. Actilec destroyed the rat, punishing him for every dirty act he had ever done. Just look at this shameless rat. During the face-off, this filthy...
Get out. Get out.
What does the cow say? Say moo.
I can eat a dog.
Look to my right. They're having a freaking puppy foam party over here. This is awesome.
Can you spot a dumbass bitch?
Get out. Get out.
Gooch Dust vs. Toothbrush is a daily battle in my computer.
别墅里面唱 K， 水池里面银龙鱼。我送阿硕茶具和研磨下笔，直接给我4个字帅：大展宏图。大师亲手提笔字，大展宏图，搬来放在办公室。哎，大展宏图，员工都点头。有料，鸿运不能总是当头，因为当老。他说要玩就要玩得大，玩得大点。 的剧本看不起，世上君子不谈非得得罪人。黑灰蓝白都一有，一流才会水涨船。爱踩中的人没有义。我说神的兄弟不是缺席，希老汉是说命，电脑不更有命，烦恼哪怕孙子爱上天子要谋我没看到城里收命，人机怎过火，江湖种事情情色色，谁还没有斗命？一个二个拿手喜欢看风景，老天国讲街头。
Singular stat.
Yeah,
These
yeah.
are a lot more straightforward.
It's the
You just get
legendary gems
duplicates,
that are the expensive
and you upgrade
ones.
them, and they give you stats.
No, I
But
remember this.
The number that is required is astronomical. So it's
yeah.
an
This is what's so insane, right? Is like the level ups for these gems. This was like Diablo 3. Like they want this to be an infinite grind, basically.
exponential growth. Every rank requires another exponent of 3. So rank 9 is like 7,000.
Yeah, Lost Ark does this?
Rank
Yeah, they
10,
do.
The maximum rank is 20,000.
Mhm.
And just for context, you can only get
Why do people even play
about
this?
20
I don't
of
know.
a specific gym per week, naturally.
Yeah.
So
I have
you're
no
gonna be
yeah,
spending
that's a
lot
great
of platinum
question.
on these things. And then there are legendary gems.
Here we
which
go.
These have their own abilities. These
So, by
provide
the
their own-
way, if you only see a 4-star here, you know you're dealing with a broke bitch. Because you really want to have the 5-star gems because those are the big money gems right there.
own different boosts, and most
Yeah,
importantly,
a poor
they
loser.
increase your resonance. Now, your resonance is essentially a number
It's
that
your power
denotes
scale.
what rank
Yeah.
and what quality your gyms are, as well as it
Yeah.
gives your HP and damage a boost. But that's not too.
It's basically like it's just like your power level. Like it's so. I'm actually amazed at how bad this game is. I remember when I quit playing it, I didn't quit playing it because it was pay to win. I quit playing it because it sucked.
important. All you need to know is the higher the resonance, the more gems the person has bought, the more money they've spent, and so on. And as I've alluded to, the way you get more resonance is by upgrading your gems.
How do you do
and once
that?
they're high enough rank, you can throw gems inside of those gems to get another little small resonance boost.
So you can do so you buy one 5-star gem, but it has to be empowered by other 5-star gems. And so you have to whale to get one, but you need like 20, and you need 8 of 20.
And then once you've spent enough money, you can put gems inside of your wings.
You see 6
and
every
you
tier
unlock
gems,
new
exactly.
sets of wings at every
That's right.
1,000 resonance interval.
Yes.
But once you put these gems inside of your wings, I have no idea where they go, how they sit in there, what they're doing in there.
There are guilds in this game that will only invite you if you have a certain size wings. Because that way they know you've got big money and you're ready to actually, like, you're serious about investing into the game.
There, but Nonetheless, they provide a little bit of a resonance boost,
Oh, yeah.
as I was mentioning. So this is a good look into the
Yeah,
money
you're an
pit that
investor.
legendary gems are.
Exactly.
So the current maximum resonance
Oh,
as of
yeah.
the making of this video is 13,024. But before we jump into the big numbers, let's take a look at
13,000.
where we came from. So in the beginning, when so this is a good look into the
Yeah,
money
you're
pit
an
that
investor.
legendary gems are.
Exactly.
So the current maximum resonance
Oh,
as of
yeah.
the making of this video is 13,024. But before we jump into the big numbers, let's take a look at
13,000.
where we came from. So in the beginning, when Diablo Immortal was just a little new game, the max resonance was 7,560.
And
which
this
was
guy maxed it out. Everything at max. Oh my fucking god.
very hard to reach, but not impossible. Because our friendly neighborhood, JT is all business, achieved it himself.
He did.
Where I'm at. Now, if you guys are wondering, JT, how much have you spent to get where you are? The total I've spent is 67. Well, no, actually, I spent $5,000 today. The total I've spent is 70.
Yep. That's right, boys. That's where we're at.
$3,000. However, as you can see, a lot of this is in eternal orbs, which have not been spent yet. So the total amount that's actually spent on the account is somewhere right around, I believe, $63,000.
But at that point, being a whale was considered to be around 5,000.
Do you remember?
But at that point, being a whale was considered to be around 5,000.
Do you remember watching? Dude, this is such a throwback. Because, so you guys might not remember this, but DM, Darth Microtransaction, used to be a Diablo creator. And I remember, do you remember watching the video where he finally admitted that Diablo Immortal was pay to win and he was done with the game and he was so defeated? That was like 3 years ago.
Resonance, and we
Oh
know
my
how
God.
much this costs because of a video from Darth Microtransaction.
Yep.
I told you I would tell you the price of this. So the price of this was $24,000 in order to get those GigaChad wings. It cost
Wow.
the guy just $24,500
That's
bucks, I
it?
think is what he said it was, and was 1,100 runs of the Rift. It was the information that the
1,100.
person who posted
That's a
those
lot.
wings answered with.
And now I can tell you from my own experience that nowadays getting 5K costs absolutely nothing close to that. If you wanted to try and get everything at once in the ideal conditions, 5K reso is going to cost you anywhere from $3,000 to $4,000. But if you've been playing for a while, it's more likely
It's only $3,000 to $4,000, guys.
you'll spend closer to $2,000 to $3,000.
It's only $2,000 to $3,000 to do more damage in the video game. That's all. It's only
Now, over the
$2,000.
years, they've added 2 additional item slots, which means 2 legendary gem slots, and this,
So now you have to
which means 2
only
Now, over the
$2,000.
years, they've added 2 additional item slots, which means 2 legendary gem slots, and this
So now you have to spend even more money.
brings the max reso up to about 10,000. Again, an impossible number at the time, but what this update also pushed was the boundary of what is considered to be a whale. 5,000 resonance was now much, much more achievable for a lot less money.
So of course, right? Because you want to keep the whales, you want to keep them going. Because if they run out of things to spend money on, they might go play another game because they're losing the dopamine out of spending money on this game. Oh my God. I love how people are crying about video games being $80 when this bullshit exists from one of the biggest gaming companies. Oh no, I mean, I remember this game was so bad when it came out. It was awful.
To be
People were
considered a whale
furious
after
about
this
it.
update was more around 6,000 to 7,000 resonance. And I don't know how much this would have cost at the time, but nowadays you can reach 6,000 resonance for close to $10,000.
That's it.
We're still pretty far off of the 13,000.
It's only $10,000.
2024 I mentioned. This is where the wing resonance comes into play.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's all.
Adding gems inside of your wings. And the bigger your wings are, the more gems you...
Wait, so you can... What I don't understand is this from one of the biggest gaming companies. Oh no, I mean, I remember this game was so bad when it came out. It was awful.
To be
People were
considered a whale
furious
after
about
this
it.
update was more around 6,000 to 7,000 resonance. And I don't know how much this would have cost at the time, but nowadays you can reach 6,000 resonance for close to $10,000.
That's it.
We're still pretty far off of the 13,000.
It's only $10,000.
2024 I mentioned. This is where the wing resonance comes into play.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's all.
Adding gems inside of your wings. And the bigger your wings are, the more gems you...
Wait, so you can... What I don't understand, I genuinely, I don't understand why a person plays this when you could go and play Elden Ring or Path of Exile 2 or Diablo 4 even. Fuck, Diablo 3. I don't understand this. Why would you do this? It doesn't make any sense.
You can add in there.
How is this not illegal? It shouldn't be illegal. It's just stupid.
The cutoff of who is a whale was again pushed back even farther. Nowadays, wing resonance unlocks at 6,000 resonance. So to be considered a whale, you have to be closer to 9,000 resonance. That's right, we've officially surpassed the original maximum.
9,000.
And upon reaching 9,000 resonance, you can apply to the official whale Discord. And then once you're in there, you'll...
Wait, there's a...
You'll realize that you need to spend another $20,000 just to hang with the big dogs. So, getting your account to 9,000 resonance is going to run you about 30,000 US dollars. And that's just for the legendary gems.
$30,000.
This is in ideal condition if you're able to just go and buy all of this within a few days, if not a week. But that's only
Oh my god.
Your account to 9,000 resonance is going to run you about 30,000 US dollars. And that's just for the legendary gems.
$30,000.
This is in ideal condition if you're able to just go and buy all of this within a few days, if not a week. But that's only
Oh my god.
part of it. If you remember earlier, I mentioned
$30,000.
that there are also normal gems. And well, there are 20 normal gem slots. And in order to hang with the rest of the whales, you need to get your normal gems ranked up too.
So, let me guess. You have to buy platinum. You have to probably buy orbs, convert it to platinum, and then use the platinum conversion on the auction house to use it to gold, to turn it into gold, and then use the gold to buy the gems. Like, I almost guarantee you that's what this is.
Rank 8 would be the bare minimum.
Let's see if I'm right.
Rank 9 makes you a contender. And rank 10, while mostly unachievable, is what will give you the edge on the competition. Luckily, out of all the gem slots, you don't really need to worry about the red ones. So you can just save yourself a little bit of money there and upgrade your blue and yellow gems.
Sure.
But of course, everybody's doing this, so the blue and yellow gems are more expensive. And this is going to run you about $17,000 just to get them to rank 9. And not only is it going to cost you so much, you're also also going to be spending hours just staring at the market, hoping that someone has posted more gems, because, as I've mentioned previously, each rank 9 gem requires 6,500 previously. each rank 9 gem requires 6,561 duplicates. So this brings your minimum cost of becoming a whale to a whopping $47,000.
Oh my God, bro. And the video, it's not even over yet. And also keep in mind, he's talking about rank 9. It goes up to 10.
And this just barely gets you into the whale territory.
What?
Because you're also going to need a good pet, and I hope you've been leveling up your sanctum every day.
Wait, a pet? Wait, this costs, how much is this? 1.9 million platinum? What the fuck?
Which, the sanctum is just a daily thing. You go inside this area, you open some chests,
Sure.
get some of these gemstones, upgrade some more gems that give you some different stats.
Uh-huh.
It all adds up in the end, but it's locked to once a day. So if you haven't been playing for that long, your sanctum is going to be very, very underleveled.
Yeah,
but
yeah, I
these
remember
two
that.
things are going to run you an extra $1,000 to $5,000, just depending on how
That's-
long you've been playing.
That's not so bad.
So it's safe to say that 9,000 residents
It's only $5,000, guys.
whales are spending somewhere around $50,000
$50,000,
just to hang
okay.
with the rest. And you might be wondering, oh, there's not that many people who are at 9,000 residents.
Surely.
But these types of accounts are incredibly common. You'll see them everywhere, but they pale in comparison to the real whales. Those who have made it to the
You know what
end.
this reminds me of? Have you guys ever seen those like size comparison charts where it's like showing the size of different planets and it shows the sun and then it's like some other random sun that's like fucking like 5,000 times larger than the sun, and then there's like that sun that gets minimized, and then there's like another sun that's like 10,000 times bigger than that sun, and then there's another planet that's like fucking 50 times bigger than that one, and it's like, oh my fucking God. Like, I actually feel like that's what's happening as I'm playing through this video.
Game cap.
This is
of
nuts.
13,024 resonance. So players haven't
13,000.
honestly been up
So
this
this
high
is the highest number that you can get.
in resonance for that long. It has been less than half a year since we've seen the first accounts at all ever maxed out on resonance.
Wow.
At least in the US. I'm not sure how China's going since they essentially have their own game over there. But reaching 13,024 resonance is no small feat.
I
The
bet.
absolute minimum requirements are 40 max rank, 5 out of 5 quality legendary gems, 24 rank 10 2-star gems, and this alone is over $220,000 in ideal condition.
Oh my God.
Just for these
$220,000.
legendary gems. And that's having max rank gems equipped. Then you put max rank gems inside
What
of your
are ideal
gems,
conditions?
and
Good
then you have
RNG.
max rank gems inside of your wings. And let's not forget about the normal gems. Because these players who are maxing
Yeah.
out their resonance are also the types to have rank 10 normal gems. Again,
Wait, so look at this guy. He's got, yes, all of these are all rank 10.
20,000
Every single one is rank 10.
gem. So these guys are going to get all 20 normal gems to max rank. Because you can't be walking around with some little rank 7 and rank
You gotta
8
let 'em
red
know.
slots if you're going to be
Yeah.
a real whale.
Yeah,
They've
you
all
let 'em
gotta be
know.
9 and 10, if not all 10. So for the cheaper red gems, each rank 10 is going to cost you about $1,000. And then for the yellow gems, you're going to be spending about $1,500 per slot. And then for the more expensive blue gems, specifically the sapphires, they're going to be about $3,500 per gem.
$3,500 for a gem.
So in total, that's an additional $41,000 on normal gems alone. And you're also going to be spending hours, if not days, just staring at the market, sourcing the almost 400,000 duplicates needed to rank these up. But that's not all. These whales have their gems maxed out, so why not max out their familiars as well? The best familiars or pets are going for millions of platinum, and the ones you'll see these guys wearing are going to cost around $1,000 each.
The crazy thing is $1,000 doesn't even sound like it's that much anymore. It's like, yeah, 1,000. Okay, it's like $1,000. Yeah, sure. What's another? Yeah, what's another $1,000?
And I can tell you with certainty that they will have multiple pets of this sort. And I mentioned the Sanctum earlier in this video. Well, the account we're looking at now has his completely maxed out.
Oh
and it's
my
hard to
God.
say exactly how much this would cost because I'm unsure of how many days you'd need to open all these chests because you have to do this every single day.
Wait, so let me guess. You have to buy these keys. Is that accurate?
This will run you somewhere around $15,000. So now that brings our grand total.
Whoa! 15,000 just to buy keys to open boxes every day?
To max your account like these Giga Whales to $281,000. And this is assuming that you're able to straight up buy everything from the market, which in the short term is not really achievable because if you remember...
And so it goes up every time. So you have to spend more money in order to buy it with more of the gems. So if you want to max out, like, because you see it goes up, like if you look right there, let me see if I can just show it. It's 18, so it's going up every time.
4 duplicates for each legendary gem, and then you need 40 of these total, and that's
my favorite part about this is that there are like elements of this whaling that don't even become evident to the player unless they're already a whale. It's like you don't even know this is part of the game. It's like a fucking like solo leveling. Like you're unlocking completely new leveling that nobody else even has access to or knows exists.
3,000 duplicates to max everything out. Now you can also just buy the crest.
You are the player.
And hope that you get gems that you need, but that'll also require you to run tens of thousands of Elder Rifts. And then you have to also hope that you get what you need. And doing this is more expensive in the long run, but not by much. If you go on rate, then you can have all your gems maxed out for a similar price of like $250,000, which would bring the total to about $311,000.
$311,000.
However, in the real world, you'll find that these mega whales have more than just the minimum of 40 legendary gems. A lot of these gems that you put inside of your gems are also ones that you'd like to use yourself. So you're going to have multiples of these, and then each time new gems come out, you're going to want to get your 74 copies all over again. So in practice, you'll see that these whales will have closer to 60 max rank gems. And now this is going to cost you over $330,000 alone.
Why do people... I don't understand it. I don't get it, man. This is insane.
More if you want to run the crest yourself. So we can make a reasonable assumption as to how much it costs to max your account, like these specific Giga Whales.
Like 300
and that number
grand.
is $391,000.
This is the price. How much is a Lamborghini? So you can get a Lamborghini, at least one of the cheap ones, for less than being a whale in Diablo Immortal.
Again, in ideal conditions. So it's not crazy to assume that they've spent over $400,000.
Wow.
But before we go, I mentioned that we take a look at how JT is all business is doing.
How's he doing?
As he is the original whale of Diablo Immortal.
He is.
And he's probably the reason that most people know about Diablo Immortal or know that it's so pay to win. So if we take a look at his account, we can see that he's no longer 5k reso, of course. He's now up to almost 12,000 resonance. So he's still up there when it comes to whales, yet he's still pretty far away from maxing out his character.
He's not even number one anymore. He's only spent $200,000. Guys, he fell off. How does this happen?
And then looking at his normal gems, they're pretty much all rank 9 and 10. And JT was
he's got
probably
some
one of
rank
the first
9s.
few people to have any normal gem at rank 10 when he ranked up a ruby to 10 over 2 years ago. He picked
my
rubies
God.
because they're the easiest to source since, as I've mentioned, no one really likes them. And you can even see now that he doesn't even have the ruby socketed. So it really was just for the love of the game.
So he literally just wasted money just to make a YouTube video of him wasting money?
And then also looking at his Sanctum, we can see that the important things are maxed out, but it's not completely maxed out yet. And that's because I'm pretty sure he's taken some extended breaks.
He's taking a break from the game. That's good.
If you're not doing this every day, then you're really not going to be able to max it out. So
he stopped playing the game. So this guy invested like probably over $100,000, maybe over $200,000 into the game. But because he didn't play it regularly, he's fallen behind.
He's doing now, he's definitely still a big whale.
Oh my God.
But not even close to the giga whales, since it takes so much to reach the max level on your
Jesus
gyms and
Christ.
so on. So would you say it's worth it to spend this much? I personally never say it's worth it to spend the hundreds of thousands of dollars that some people have spent, but
I personally never say it's worth it to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to have good gear in a video game. Oh, really?
I'll leave you with something to think about. These are people just spending money on a hobby of theirs. And I know I've personally spent over $10,000 on the gym and gym-related things in the past 3 years. That's including, you know, protein and gas and all this. And that's a cheaper hobby than most. Some hobbies, like golfing specifically or collecting things, can have you spending tens of thousands of dollars a year. So for most people, it honestly starts to make sense why they've spent so much money in the game. You know, also some part of this is going to...
You don't have to do this. This is like going to a store where hamburgers are $100 whenever you could go to another store where hamburgers are $5. Why would you ever go to the store for 100? Well, actually, let's be more accurate here. You could either buy hamburgers for $60 or you could buy hamburgers for $391,000.
to be the gambling aspect. Some people have a little bit of a gambling addict themselves, but that really only applies to these big whales. Not most people who haven't spent that much money. Now,
it's not that much. It's only $10,000, guys.
Said, I would like to thank you all for watching. If you did enjoy the video, make sure to like and subscribe if you're new, and let me know if you enjoyed this type of video. It's my first time trying out some sort of like commentary type video. And peace.
Wow. $10,000 on Diablo Immortal. Expensive one, so you don't have to hear next to poor people. Yeah, there's the video. Guys, give the video a like. I am shocked at the pricing of this kind of stuff. This is insane. I don't know how this has happened. I really don't. Would you like to be involved in the creation of a PC game? I mean, maybe one like this. Yeah, that way I can get rich. I mean, I think so. Give me 1 second. Okay, and yeah, Elon's game to play. Well, no, what I find to be really funny about this is that, yeah, sure, you do have guys that make a lot of money that play these games, but like the really, really rich guys, they don't do this. Because you've got to keep in mind, like if you're a billionaire, you're not going to be flexing with $400,000. Like that's not really a big deal to you. I mean, really think about it, right? Like a billion, if you've got $1 billion, if you've got $3 billion, $400,000 is like fucking nothing. It's nothing. It's not even a big deal. Yeah. So it's like, you just do that. And so it's not even the point. You don't even have the reason to do it, but their kids do. Maybe. Yeah. Like, yeah, Elon slept on a couch at the White House. I guess so. But like, damn, bro, like this is just... And do you want to know what's funny? Is that you could have probably paid somebody to play your PoE account and to get it to max rank and to do everything to get your character to level 100 for less than you're paying to be good at this crappy video game. That's the craziest thing about it to me, is that you could have literally paid somebody to play a video game that's good instead of you, instead of doing what? Who would do such a thing? Who knows?
€10 for...
What's up, guys? This is now my third time trying to record this video. I think that goes to show just how fucked up I am, because I'm usually like a one-take guy. It's been a couple days. I've been gone for about 5 days. Maybe you haven't even noticed. You probably haven't even noticed. If you see this video, it means I'm already gone. Title of the video: Techie, I thought you were dead. This video title scared the shit out of me. You can never stop clickbaiting, man. That's the name of the fucking game. Maybe some of you guys have noticed the stopping of YouTube uploads. Maybe some of you guys have noticed the stopping of YouTube streams and Twitch streams and even Twitter posts. But I've now been content creation free for a while now. And just to give the TLDR, this is going to be a pretty rambly video. So, I mean, maybe some of you guys will like it. Maybe some of you guys won't. But I'm going to be gone for a while, guys. And I want to let you know, if any of you guys think it's because of me streaming or me being stressed because of the YouTube's, upload schedule, it's not. I love content creation. I do. It's just the culture that I have a problem with. But if you're just here to know this, no, I'm not coming back yet. No, I'm not going to be back for a while. And yes, I do miss you because I love you. No, I miss making content for you guys. I really do. And I will say, expect a couple YouTube uploads, maybe like one a week. I'll just be talking to you guys about whatever comes into my mind, maybe more. But I needed to get away for a while. I really did. In case you're wondering why, there are evil people on this earth that are currently making my life fucking miserable. Even more than you guys know. It is deeply personal shit that I'm having to deal with right now. And a lot of it, and I'm not going to go into this too much, but there's a lot of very dangerous things happening in my life right now that I'm just trying to take care of and take care of the people around me, the people who I love. And I'll probably talk about that later. But when I do come back, I'll post about it on Twitter. I'll post about it on YouTube. And just thank you guys for staying subscribed. And thank you guys for liking my videos. And I look forward to coming back to content creation for you guys. But once again, it's just not going to be for a while. So now with all that out of the way, hopefully I can feel better. Just getting some things off my chest for why I'm kind of going and, kind of extrapolate on the previous things that I've been saying. I'm a guy where I've been doing this for nearly 7 years. 7 years coming up in December. And I always think that I'm okay. I do. I'm not. And I know I'm not okay. I wasn't sleeping well. I wasn't happy. I was crashing out over things that didn't even bother me. I was saying things I didn't mean. Like, for example, I told another viewer to kill themselves. And I know that's no big deal, but I really just shouldn't be saying that shit. I shouldn't be saying that shit. It's going to be a hard one to stop, but I don't like when I let things come out of my mouth that I don't feel like I could have stopped. Yeah, I feel bad for that shit. I really do. But the problem in my life is that I'm a guy who lost a lot of shit because one evil person decided to lie. And the internet ran with it. And now I'm being told, even more so, that I can't talk about anything. And I need to watch everything that I say. And I just can't operate underneath those. I can't operate like that. I can't. I'm a guy who tells you guys everything. I'm the guy who likes breaking the distance that a lot of these people in this space who lie to you, I like letting you guys know on what's actually going on. And that's why a lot of people can't stand my ass. And there's a lot of other reasons too. I mean, I'm fucking loud, bald, weird looking. I don't want to say ugly. Well, I'm working on it, okay? I'm down 100 pounds, right? I'm really trying my best here. But man, I haven't showered in 2-3 days or some shit, bro. I'm fucking going full grease goblin right now, man. So I hope you guys understand why I'm not here right now. I look forward to being back when I am back. And to all you guys typing my name in other content creator chats, I've been sent the clips and it's very cute, and I really appreciate you guys, and I do miss you guys quite a lot. And I've said that a lot. I do. I don't like taking this time off. It fucking sucks. But it's what's best for me. And so many people have told me that I need to do this. So I'm going to do it. But it feels like I'm in fucking timeout in my fucking room right now. Jesus, these fucking birds. Holy fuck. Anyways, this for the 1,000th time, but miss you guys. Hope to get back to content creation pretty soon. Probably not going to be able to. I'll upload a couple videos every now and then on this channel, kind of in this format. A bit more structured next time I talk. And yeah, hope you guys are doing all right. And if there's one thing I can just ask for any of you guys who are still here, Just don't forget about me, okay? Bye, guys.
Hello, sir. What would you like to order?
What breads do you have?
Italian wheat honey oat multigrain Italian herbs and cheese.
Okay. What's the difference between wheat and multigrain?
Multigrain has more grains.
Right. Okay, let's do Italian. No, wait. Herbs and cheese. Actually, wheat might be healthier, right?
Sure.
Yeah, let's do wheat. Unless, wait, what's the most popular?
I have absolutely no idea.
Well, can you check it?
What a nice start of the day. Actually, I remember. It's Italian.
Okay, then I want that one.
Hey, if I order on the Subway app, does it still get made here?
Yes.
So like, I order on the app, and then I come here to pick it up?
Yes.
But what if I'm standing here right now? Can I order on the app while I'm here?
You could just tell me what you want.
Yeah, but do I still get the points if I order in person?
Yes.
Hi, I'll take a foot-long tuna, Italian bread.
Okay.
Oh, extra tuna please. Like, double. Yeah, more mayo too. Don't be shy with it.
This dude is a psychopath.
My god, that tuna smell is haunting.
Oh, and can you toast it?
Morning, my sandwich artists. How are you doing?
It's very busy.
Pick up the pace, guys, come on. It's rush hour.
That's today's floor knife. Congrats.
Oh no, the final boss.
Hi, yes, we'll need 5 sandwiches. Kids, quiet down. Mommy's ordering.
I want cookies.
Not now, precious. Okay, what breads do you have? Is the bread fresh?
Yes, it's baked here every morning.
Are you sure? It doesn't look fresh. All right, 1 foot-long turkey on... What's that one, wheat? Is wheat gluten-free?
No.
Okay, then Italian herbs and cheese, but scrape off the cheese. My boy doesn't like cheese.
I do want cheese!
No, you don't, Eugene. Now load it with olives. Extra olives, like really pile them on. No, more. Keep going.
Ew, I don't like olives.
Quiet, Bertha, you'll eat it anyway. Okay, and for the sauce. Wait, you're out of chipotle?
Yes, we don't have any left.
Unbelievable. Do you know how much I needed chipotle today?
Sorry, ma'am. It's not my fault. I don't do the stocking.
I know it's not your fault, but this is unacceptable. How can you run out?
I literally just said it's not my fault.
Fine, anyway, do you at least have vegan steak?
The steak is... steak.
So it's not vegan?
No. Steak is meat, ma'am.
Can I have a cookie now? I want all the cookies. I don't want a sandwich anymore.
Everyone shut up. Mommy is ordering.
Holy shit, guys, what an absolutely horrible shift it is today.
Bro, I could build a sub blindfolded at this point. Lettuce, tomato, cucumber, pickle, olive, jalapeno, green pepper, onion over and over. Same order every day.
Yeah, you repeat it until you forget you're human.
Well, for those customers we are NPCs anyway. That comes close.
And then someone asks for tuna. Disgusting gray slop in a bucket. I smear it and they smile like it's food.
Oh my god, tuna ruins everything it touches. The counter, your gloves. Luckily it has only been ordered once today.
Let's keep it that way.
I also have so many cuts and burns in my hand from this week.
Me too. The knife slipped last week.
Oh shit, guys, the floor knife is also still waiting to be picked up.
Let the night shift handle that. They don't do anything anyway.
I hear you'd like to do night shifts too?
No sir, I'm good where I'm at.
Then get your asses back to work right now. Otherwise you will have to work overtime with the night shift.
Good afternoon. I'd like to order bread.
Good afternoon. What would you like on your bread?
Honestly, I'd like everything. I'm in a good mood today.
Alright. I'm afraid the bread won't close then. Is that an issue?
Nah, I'll manage to eat it somehow.
Okay.
More mayo please. Oh, and more onions please. Do you also have tuna sauce? That would be cool.
Yes, I see it. I'll make another one. That's it. Hope you like it.
Hell yeah. Thank you, sir.
Dude, did he just say thank you?
That's impossible. Nobody ever thanks us for making a sandwich.
I believe he did, guys. He must have misspoken.
Is this a dream?
Types of people at the gym. The gym. The place to get shredded, get in shape. One of my favourite places, but also home to some of the strangest characters you'll ever meet. If you've ever seen these people too, drop a sub. You won't regret it. Let's go. Starting strong, we have the Shadow. You know that person who is always there when you're there, no matter what time it is. Show up at 6 AM, they're there. Show up at midday, they're there. Show up at midnight, they're there as well. You can just never escape this one. They're no bother and you've probably never even said hello to them, but it's just a really strange feeling. I can't lie, they probably feel the exact same about you. It feels like fate or just stalking. The Rival. This person is your secret rival who you both lift similar weights with and tend to always be training the same thing on the same days. They'll be benching 80 kg and you'll come sit next to them and bench 82.5 kg. But then they'll suddenly up their weight to 85 kg, overtaking you, and you just cry inside. They may not even be doing it on purpose, but when you have the mindset that they are your rival, they defo are trying to outlift you. I don't know, maybe I'm just delusional. It's funny though, because with your rival, you never talk to them. Your communication is through who can lift more. You secretly hate them, but eventually it may come to a time where you do end up talking to them, and they're actually just really nice, which will probably just end the rivalry. Next, we've got the New Year's lifters. They look themselves in the mirror every year and say, "New year, new me." The gym is packed full of the new people in January. Every bench and treadmill is taken. But eventually, their discipline isn't strong enough by the time they run out of short-term motivation, and they inevitably miss one day, then two, until they're completely vanished. By the time mid-Feb comes round, the gym is back to the average number of people. Only a small number of this group actually remain in the gym. They're the true gym goers. The Screamer. Literally everyone's least favourite person in the gym. Every single rep, whether it's their first or last rep, they make some form of loud noise to make sure they know everyone knows that they're tough. Every single rep sounds like a horror movie death scene, and it's just proper awkward being stood next to them. I don't mind a bit of noise when it actually gets hard towards the end of the set, because I think I do the same. But when it's obnoxiously loud and for every rep, man, just go home. It's not Mortal Kombat. The Middle Agers. So not specifically all the middle-aged people, but the middle-aged people who come into the gym and pretend to do exercise when they realistically come out of the gym and have burnt like 10 calories for the whole workout. You'll see them do fitness classes and secretly slacking whilst the instructor isn't watching, or they'll be trailing around the gym, examining every machine, maybe do 10 reps of the lightest weight and then move on to the next. These make me laugh though, because they definitely just get confused when they don't make any progress. I remember seeing a video before of someone walking on the treadmill but eating biscuits on there at the same time. Literally nothing good is coming from that all my life. The powerlifters. I saw a video on TikTok mocking this the other day, and it's what actually inspired this whole video. The powerlifters are the ones who show up for a big lift like deadlift, squat or bench. They do a few warm-up sets, then do their actual set of a few reps. Immediately after they've done their set, they sit down for like 20 minutes before their next set. Maybe even snack on some sweets and that. You know what? They may as well bring their bed to the gym to have a quick nap between each set, because their breaks are hilariously long. But hey, if they can lift the big boy weights up, then fair enough, I respect it. The posers. I don't want to be sexist here, but this category is mainly the girls who do this. So they'll come into the gym, go on the treadmill or the Stairmaster for 5 minutes, maybe 2 sets of hip thrusts, then they find the nearest mirror to start a 10-minute photo shoot for their Instagram. Once posted, they're gone. The posers will be in the gym for about 30 minutes max, or just to make out that they go to the gym to their followers on socials. It's cringy as hell. Now we got the high schoolers. Fair enough, I respect the high schoolers coming in to get the early games started young, but it's funny sometimes seeing them all come in, because they'll be in like a group of 4 people minimum, and they'll all train the same thing together, so they'll all be crowding around the same machine waiting for their turn. It tends to be the best. Bench press.
For a coffee. And you don't want to know how much we paid for these fries and the beer. Yes, we're in one of the most luxurious streets in Prague, and we love to show you good stuff in Prague, right? Well, today we're going to show you expensive, but I wouldn't say the best, but actually the worst rated. The restaurant below me is rated with 1.3 stars on Google reviews, so we were wondering, why is that? So we decided to visit. To bylo 250 gramů hranolek? Vy mi chcete říct, že tohle jsou velký půlkilový hranolky? Now, I don't want to personally visit such places that we're about to show, but for those purposes, we have my British friend Duncan, who you may remember from the Prague ham episode. So I gave him some money and sent him on his way. It's like 12 pounds.
Yeah.
Would that be expensive for London?
For a slice of ham and a slice of bread, yeah.
I'm giving you 3,000 crowns.
2 for my services and 1 for the food.
I'll wait for you in the hotel so you
Are you going to be here?
Yeah, I'll be somewhere around.
In your luxury suite?
I can't show up with the face. They know me. And don't mess around with them. We don't need
No, I mean, you know me. I don't mess around with people.
Time. Have beer, have coffee, water, whatever. Okay?
Something snacky.
We're buying.
And toilet.
Use the toilet, sure. Enjoy.
Hello. Can I have a small beer, please? And do you have something snacky? I'm just waiting for my boat. Also something small. Do you have just fries?
Violent anti-government
See,
protest.
he got a hair transplant. So if you look right here, look at that hair. It's very obvious that he got a hair transplant. You guys can see the high line here, the not hairline here. Yeah. Look at that.
Live
Instantly,
broadcast feature amid violent anti-government protests. The government says the platform has been used to spread disinformation that has spurred protests against it. The demonstrations were sparked by public outrage over...
Have you ever noticed that every government, whenever they're trying to justify any form of censorship, always either make one of two arguments, and usually both? It's either for the kids or it's to stop misinformation or disinformation. I think that this is one of the most corrosive and manipulative things to say. It's not, the government doesn't want to stop misinformation. The government wants to have a monopoly on misinformation. They don't want anybody else to say, oh, wait a minute, I don't think that's true. Excuse me. And yeah, I got a little bit of allergies today.
Lawmakers' housing allowances amid economic inequality.
Yeah.
They escalated after a civilian was killed when he was struck by an armored vehicle at a demonstration on Thursday night. Several people later died when they tried to jump from a building that protesters had set fire to.
Oh my God. Oh, I don't want to watch. I don't want to watch people jumping over. Okay, they're not. All right, because I mean, I don't really care personally, but like, I don't want to get in trouble.
Parliament building in South Sulawesi province.
So wait a minute. This is the Parliament building?
The regional Parliament building in South Sulawesi province burns into the night.
Oh my God. They just burned the motherfucker down. And, look, I'm not saying it was great, all right? But can we please, after watching this, stop acting like January 6th was some kind of massive fucking horrible thing? Like, this is on a totally different level. This is a completely different level. Oh my God.
after demonstrations against low wages and lavish perks for
Everything
lawmakers
burns.
spiraled
Not water.
out of control.
Water doesn't.
It was here in the Indonesian capital, Jakarta, where an armored police vehicle like this
This
one
is regional parliament, not the main
plowed
one?
into a
Okay.
21-year-old delivery driver, Afan Kurniawan,
Yep.
leaving him dead.
Look at them all, bro. Like,
He
this
wasn't
is
part
nuts.
of the demonstration, just doing his job when he was hit and killed.
Jesus. So now they went.
Afan's death has ignited national outrage.
So they
President
shut down TikTok, and they don't want people talking at all about the about this event.
Prabowo met his grieving family.
Yeah.
The pictures shared across Indonesia in a bid to calm the fraught tensions on the streets. Seven police officers have been found
Have
to
you
have
ever noticed this? Nobody there is fat. There's no fatties anywhere. There's no hogs. Look at, like, you don't see any hogs around here. There's no porkers.
Police officers have been found to have violated professional ethics.
Look
as
at
one
that.
young man's death has become the symbol of a nation's
They're
fury.
poor? No, that's not true. Because I heard that if you're poor, you get fat. That, see, in America, fat people are poor. Poor people are fat because it's not because I heard that if you're poor, you get fat. That, see, in America, fat people are poor. Poor people are fat because it's not because of their own bad decisions. It's because they can only afford food that makes them fat. So that's impossible. Because, like, if the poorer you are, the fatter you are, then these people should be like 800 pounds. This should be like Wally. So wait a minute. Are you guys telling me that, like, this whole narrative in America where the reason why poor people are fat is because they just make bad decisions? Are you telling me that might actually just be true? There's no way, right? What? Oh my God.
And that fury
so basically,
is still burning.
So their situation in life is because of their own decisions? Oh, wow. I think we got a racist in chat here. We might have to ban that guy. Uh-oh.
DW correspondent Irianda Madanuz is following the story for us from Jakarta. Now, we've seen days of protests in Indonesia now. Are we expecting more of the same today?
Well, as of this morning, there hasn't been any protest yet. The security forces has been deployed mainly in the front of the parliament building because since last night, there has been still protesters that has been gathered
Look at all this.
on the front of the parliament
They just light
building
this shit up.
and the front of a brigade mobile of the police headquarters in Indonesia.
Don't forget the
To
food
give
is
you
healthier.
a little bit of context, on Friday,
America, the food here is filled with additives. Nope. That is hog logic. Hog logic. Hog logic, 100%. Fat people are fat because they eat a lot of food and they're lazy and they don't exercise.
we have seen
Bullshit.
a lot of circulating information on social media that stated protests will be held or restart on Monday, yet we still see such protests on yesterday, Saturday.
Well, nobody got a fucking job. They don't have any money. They don't have any future. And also, have you ever noticed that the majority of people, and this is something that, like, I don't know if anybody's ever really made this analysis before. I mean, I'm sure they have. I'm not the first person to say this. Has anybody noticed that the majority of the people who are out here are men? I think that the reason why the majority of people that are out here are men, and I might be presumptuous here, and so if I am, if there's an Indonesian here, you can correct me, but I'm assuming that, especially because it's a Muslim country, and generally they're more traditional too, men are expected generally to provide for a family and work, while women generally don't, right? I mean, this is not obviously like a 100% thing, but there's more of a traditional expectation in Indonesia. Is this accurate? Right, it's more of a conservative society, exactly. And so, like, whenever I see a bunch of young men primarily coming out here and protesting, I think that one thing that really shows is that this is much more like this is a very big component of economic instability and economic uncertainty. Because when a man can't be able to, he can't get a job, he can't make money, he can't provide for his family, and he feels like the government is doing this, he's going to get on the streets if he can't go to the ballot box, right? And so I think that's one of the really big differences here, because like if you compare these protests again and you look at these protests in comparison with American protests, I would say that in a lot of these American protests, like 70 or 80% of them are just, you know, fucking Karens. Like they're just like basically these like white middle-aged women that are out there screeching for Hamas. But the difference here is that it's a bunch of young men. And I think that's the real reason. It's like in Indonesia's patriarchy system. Well, are you guys picking up what I'm putting down here, right? About how like obviously whenever you see a bunch of young men protesting, the problems that they're probably protesting are very much tangible, like you know, fucking issues that involve money. You guys see what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Like there's no LARPers here. I get it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, material circumstances.
What caught our attention is that there has been a looting in some of the member of the parliament's houses that has known controversially mocked the protesters. This information has to be...
I got to start watching One Piece, man. I really do. I feel like that's the one anime I haven't watched. I need to get into it. After seeing this, I feel like I need to do it.
Confirmed yet. There's no official statements yet, both from the member of parliaments or the security forces now.
Now, TikTok has suspended its live feature in Indonesia. Talk us through what's happened there.
Yeah, the authorities, well, to be specific, Indonesian Broadcasting Association has sent official letters for mainly local medias to limit their content and to prevent such disinformation happening. One of them...
Damn! That's pretty fucking bad, isn't it? So they just going around and saying, like, guys, just say this, don't say that.
Is the social media's
disinformation,
TikTok, because as we know that Indonesia is one of the largest users of TikTok. So what the government really wants is to prevent.
Keep in mind, Indonesia's got like what was the number? I'm trying to remember. It was like 293 million people in it. Like it's an incredibly dense, populated country. It's massive.
This information to be spread, and all in all,
230.
You know, really prevent any violent pictures or visual that we know cannot be really censored in TikTok. So up until today, there's no TikTok Live can be used until now.
Until now.
Is there any precedent in Indonesia for this kind of violent unrest?
That's insane.
Yeah, there was also the main point, main information, main discussion that has been circulating on social media. These protests